Good evening. The time is 6:01 p.m. It is December 14th, 2020. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Argyle AISD Board of Trustees. At this time, we will determine if a quorum is present.
Jeff Williams present.
Craig Hawksworth present.
Leon McDade present.
Brad Lowry present. John Bitter present.
And I, Sam Slayton, present. We do have quorum established. The time is 6:02 p.m. We will adjourn to executive session. All right, the time is 8:51 p.m. We have returned from executive session. This time we'll have the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I, the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
All right, we'll have a brief moment of silence. All right, this time I will entertain a motion to approve action items discussed in closed session.
I'll make a motion to approve the actions discussed in closed session.
All right. We have a motion to approve by Dr. McDade. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Williams, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. All right. We're gonna, before we get to the consent agenda, we're gonna go ahead and move on down to Chief Kearney, your presentation. I'd like to go ahead and come on up.
Good evening. I am Paul Kearney. I'm the Chief of Police for the Argyle Independent School District. I'm here this evening to formally request the Board of Trustees to approve the purchase of the Centegix alert system through Five Stone Safety LLC at the cost of $272,497. Recommend the system to you because we consider it an excellent means to close the communication gap in an emergency. Getting timely information to the first responders and key campus personnel is critical to closing that gap. The system not only alerts first responders and key personnel of an emergency, but also provides the nature of the emergency and the location, all critical pieces of information. I want to stress that while an active shooter scenario often comes to mind, and in fact this would be a tremendous asset should something like this ever happen, this is not the only application. The system is critical to a much more effective response to medical responses and other emergencies as well. A critical advantage of the system is, in comparison to others, is that it's very user-friendly. This is essential since teachers and staff members would have to be able to operate the system under tremendous amounts of stress. The activation equipment, just a card-sized remote, is portable, which means a district employee can easily carry it and activate it anywhere on our campuses, and it activates simply by pressing a button. After studying similar systems, I think this is the most effective program available, and that it would substantially increase the effectiveness of our emergency responses. If you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer.
And as a board, we had extensive questions asked and answered, so I appreciate all of that up until this point. So I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10E as presented.
Mr. President, I'm going to recuse myself.
All right, Mr. Hawksworth recuses himself. I will still entertain that motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve action item 10E as
All
presented.
right, Mr. Lowry, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0 with Mr. Hawksworth recusing himself. Okay, and we can go to back up to the consent agenda. Or is that what's next? Or do we want to go to the first before? Yep. Do you want to do the public hearing?
Yeah, you can go ahead, I thought we've got the donations up on the screen, if you wanna
Okay.
do that.
All right, we'll go ahead and do that then. All right, for donations, We have from AABC $46,015 to purchase a new school board for the high school stadium. Also AABC $4,300 to purchase football sweatpants. Argyle West Elementary PTA $1,000 to help purchase guided reading books for a total of $51,315. Does anyone have any questions on the consent items?
I actually, this is for Liz. It's one of those, probably top of your head. There's I think it's a $22,000 difference with the total budget between revenue and expenditures. Remind me where that,
We did a budget amendment,
Yeah.
I wanna say last month or the month before, so we started with the balanced budget and we did a budget amendment. And I have to pull it back up to remember exactly what
It's
was on
okay.
it, but that just goes to fund balance one way or the other, whether it's over or under.
okay, all right. I thought that's what it was. I kind of remembered that.
Yes.
I was just looking. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we need to do that.
Okay, so we'll do that after this.
Right.
All right, is there any other questions on the consent items? I will entertain a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
I make a
Move.
motion we approve the consent items as presented.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Williams, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Okay, Greg, we're gonna go to 7, the public hearing on the first grading system.
Can I use this? Okay. Am I okay to take this off up here?
Yes.
That way you can hear me? So each year we have a first rating that is awarded by TEA. It's the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, and it kind of gives you a little background, you know, when it was developed, when it was put in place, and the rating calculations for 1920, because the rating that we receive now is for 1920, but they're based on data from 1819, so you're always a couple of years behind before you get the rating. You know, the primary purpose is to achieve, you know, quality performance in the management of the school district's financial resources. And it's a goal made more significant due to the complexity of accounting associated with Texas school finance system. And I know, you know, every time the legislature meets and they adjust the finance system, y'all are very well aware of what that happens, and it just gets a little more entwined each time. Some rating categories, there's 4, you know, you could have superior, above standard, substandard, and standard. And these next slides I'm going to go through kind of quickly. They're each indicator, and I'm going to skip ahead really quickly and tell you that we had a perfect score. So I won't bore you with reading you every single indicator. I'm also going to let you know that we've got the prior year score listed in parentheses on these, and those were also the perfect score as well. So it's looking at things in our financial report. You know, was it sent in on time? You know, was there an unmodified opinion on the audit report? Did they report, you know, free of any instances of material weaknesses? Were we in compliance with all of our debt agreements? And did we make timely payments on any type of taxes, TRS, TWC, IRS, and things like that? So those are yes and no questions, and we were yes to all of those. If you have a no to one of those, then you can automatically fail with a no. So we'll try and keep those at a yes. Then it goes through like the cash on hand. Do we have, you know, so many days on hand? Current assets compared to current liabilities. You know, the ratio of your long-term liabilities to the total assets. It looks at, you know, our general fund reserves equal to or exceeded. Expenditures, they look specifically at 60 days. Our policy says 60 days. We strive for 90 days. You know, debt service, they look at that ratio. It looks at our school district's administrative cost ratio, and we always are below the threshold there, and we're very proud of that. You know, did we have a 15% decline in students to staff ratio, which we have not. They look at the PEMS submission the information that we submit to TEA through PEMS. They compare it to our audit report and make sure that we don't have anything over a 3% difference. It looks at, material non-compliance, make sure that we stay with compliance on everything. Did we get an adjusted repayment schedule because of the FSP funds, which we don't. We haven't had a financial hardship. And so it goes through all those indicators, and you add up your scores. Basically, did you say yes, and were you between a 90 and 100, 80 and 89, those type things. And with a 100 score, we got superior. And the best thing about that is that's the 18th year in a row. And that's credit to y'all and to Dr. Wright for continuing that year after year. So we're proud of that. Some other things on here we have to disclose. Some payments paid directly on behalf of Dr. Wright or a board member. So if you went to a training, got mileage, anything like that, we do have to disclose that. We all and put that out there. We also had to disclose, if there's any other consulting or if there were any gifts, and we don't have any gifts to disclose to board members on there. So also a copy of the superintendent's contract has to be made available, so we have that available at this meeting if anybody would like to review it. And that takes us to the end. I know that's kind of quick, but it just gives you a real overview of basically looking at all of our financial data and giving us scores on it. So we're very happy that it was a superior rating. Any questions? No? Sorry, I'm having a hard time remembering. Y'all are so spread out over on this side too. All right, thank y'all.
Liz,
Thank you for all you do.
Yeah, for all that
Thank
you
you very
do.
much.
Absolutely.
Sam, do you want to come up for your report?
Okay, tonight Jeff Cohen is at the P&Z meeting at Flower Mound, and he did text me with an update on how that had gone. And I'll read you what he said, just so you'll know where we are with this. Tonight, P&Z approved the site plan. We're talking about the site plan for the administration building, and Argyle AISD will be on the January 4th agenda. That means for the town council. So that was successful, his venture tonight to the P&Z meeting. So Sam's here to talk about phase 2 though.
Okay.
Yes, phase 2.
Good luck with it. Got a lovely board book.
There's nothing premium about it.
Cool. See, y'all don't mind, I'm going to follow Liz's lead on this one. Good evening. It's been a while since I've got to see everybody, so it's good to see everyone again. We've been busy, as you can imagine. We've been out there working on the site. These pictures are almost a week old, so this track now has a couple stripes on it. With the little bit of rain that we've had to slow that down. Can't paint in the rain. Also can't do real mass grading in the rain, so a lot of our site out there is pretty sloppy and messy, so we're on that. Flower Mound has a new stormwater pollution prevention plan guy, and he's been working with us, making sure if we make any messes, he's been trying to help us and keeping all that stuff straightened up and cleaned up. We've had a little bit of dirt around the site, which we've tried to keep cleaned up from Mr. Gibson. And as always, anytime we get something like that, he'll be the first to let me know. He's so very helpful. We are moving along with that. I talked to Mr. Gibson before the meeting, and I've talked to Dr. Wright about this. Out on the fields, if you know anybody that is going to use your name in vain. I know the school board member, Mr. Hawksworth, or, I know Dr. McDade, and they said we can come out here and play on this field. That's not true. And so if you've told anybody that, we are asking them very nicely to leave, and everybody's been real responsive to that.
They use my name all over there.
Yeah.
Please take a picture.
No, I don't know. I thought I pushed the right button.
There you go, try it now.
Thanks. Fine Arts Building, as you see up on the top left, this is all just a bunch of switchgear and electrical components that are going in. We have got $100,000 worth of wiring in that building right now. We've got glass going in, sucking it all up tight, getting it cool and conditioned to where we can get paint to stay on the walls. With the cooler temperatures, we don't have as much problem as we do with hot temperatures as far as furniture delaminating and things like that, but we do have to be careful when we paint. The specifications always call out for 40 and rising, and that's where we try to stay. And if we can keep that building on the inside 40 degrees or better, it makes all my guys happier. We work harder. They work more enthusiastically. Now that a lot of us are all wearing masks out there, we're doing social distancing, but you can imagine in a construction field being next to these guys all the time, people are constantly having to mask up real quick, and then it's been such a challenge for us as well as the rest of the world. But our main entrance glass is in. It's 94%. We have one great big window that has plastic covering it right now, and that is to just condition the building and make everything, keep it dried in. But our ductwork over there on the bottom left, it's pretty amazing. This would be a great time for any of the council if you guys want to come out. We have a very safe and secure stair tower taking you up to the platform where we're doing everything that you'll never, ever, ever see. But it's the infrastructure that keeps the building cool and all the electrical components and ductwork. It's all, again, very, very safe. We inspect it every single day and have third-party inspectors come check it out. But the auditorium is going real well. We have most of it painted, as you can see on the bottom right. We have some very fantastic tile work that Corrigan has designed, and I have the best tile guys in the world installing it. Over in the administration building, that's what the big thing everybody wants, because that's an easy one to finish. And so Wednesday I have the fire marshal coming in. He said I had to have the fire lane striped. I did that. He said we have to have the fire alarm test and the fire sprinkler test. We're doing that on Wednesday at 2 o'clock. The landscaping is done outside. I've got a few light fixtures that we're putting in. All of that, according to the Flower Mound building official, will be good to go as long as the fire marshal likes it. He'll let us do it. Now, I do have some paint that I have to do after we take down that temporary wall, and it's going to be just some big ugly band-aids on the wall, but we will get that painted over the Christmas holidays. As long as I get all that other stuff, then we'll get with Dr. Wright, and she'll decide how to move forward from there. But I'm going to have that thing ready to go. The hot water runs in the sinks, the toilets flush, the heat will be on Wednesday. We're getting that final test on all that stuff. We are waiting until after school to have early release, and as soon as the kiddies get outside, we go inside and we make all these little tie-ins. So it's going to work out real nice. The new gymnasium, that's a few days old too. With a couple days of rain we've hit and miss, but I have done a little more roofing on there. And so we have the gymnasium almost dried in. A couple more days and we'll start putting more tar, on top of that roof, and we're working on the inside. Tomorrow morning, that big bunch of studs and looks like pieces of wood on the wall there, that's the bathrooms that are going underneath the gymnasium bleachers. Those are all getting inspected for the end wall. We'll begin sheetrocking those. The outside, the columns right there that you see, the steel with the metal studs going up around those are turning yellow, and we'll turn black by Thursday as the waterproofing goes on, and we continue to make it just a sealed up envelope of a building. So that will be in real good shape. So my MEP rough-in is at 90% underneath. We have a ton of ductwork that goes up in that gymnasium, and we'll start getting that as soon as the roofers quit dropping 520-degree tar on top of people. Classroom addition's going along real good. We got the cover up for the last part, K2. If any of you guys looked at our schedule and you kept noticing that the second part of the upstairs of the classroom was just dragging and dragging and dragging on my schedule, it was because there's a lot of gas components and a lot of things that we have to have special welders come in and do. All the acid waste tanks that have to go in and all that kind of plumbing that has to happen. So we brought all that stuff in, and it all came together this morning when we got our inspection, and we have turned them loose to sheetrock the last fourth, if you will, of the classroom addition. The first floor of the classroom addition is tape bedded, textured. They've got first coat of paint on a lot of it. It's a primer coat really, but we're starting with sheetrock inspection on the second floor starting tomorrow. We should have the whole thing sheetrocked by Monday, and then those will take off through there. So we've got all the infrastructure, data cabling, electrical, plumbing, speaker wire, thermostat wire, everything that you can think of, and some stuff that I probably made up, and we've got it all really already in there. So that's moving along. Our field house is coming up, drawn into the back, just like it was planned to, like it's always going. We've added some roof drains and overflow drains just because of some design issues that we've run into, but we haven't really missed a beat. They gave us the approval to get the roof drains yesterday, or today, I guess today, and but my plumber knew it was going to happen, so he ordered them last week, so I don't have to wait on them. We went ahead and got that stuff, so we're moving right ahead. The HVAC is going up. We've got about a week or so in there hanging metal ductwork, but the whole building itself is pretty much dried in. I'd say 90% dried in, with all the anywhere where we have standing seam metal roof going over the top, that's dried in. The rest of the flat roof where all the rooftop units go, that part is lagging behind because of the addition of the roof drains. Apparently we can't get water to flow uphill, so we've had to do some other things to work around that. No offense, Keith, that wasn't your fault. It may have been his fault, but I'm never going to blame him in public. So our schedule, Area C, we're finishing up the ceramic tile. That was projected to happen by the end of this month, and we finished it last month. Area F, we're supposed to start final clean the middle of February. However, we're punching that out and we're trying to get that thing turned over after Christmas. The classroom addition, we were supposed to start pulling electrical wire of June next year, and that's done. The classroom, that sounds arrogant, I apologize, but I'm pretty excited about what our subcontractors and our team has done out here. And we have a fundamental number 12, and it's right for the brand. And our Steel Freeman brand has really come through on this, and we've done a lot of things. We're still pushing, and you're never done. You're never ahead of schedule until you're done, no matter what this thing says. But the ceramic tile, we are supposed to start by January 4th, and I've got the confirmation from my tile guys that all the material needed for the classroom addition is in the warehouse and ready to go. And he told me today, yeah, I'll be happy to start next week if I can. So I may even get better than the 1-4 starting my ceramic tile in the classroom addition. This is a mistake on my part. I doubled up on some of the roofing at the field house and gym, and then I called it the roofing at the gym and the field house. I'm really proud of that. But the toilet partitions and the final clean for the admin has been done. I'm ready for Keith to come in and do his punch list. I finished our contractor's punch list. We do that first so the architect doesn't have to come in and make a 40-page list. We've already went in and looked at it. We know what's wrong. We inspect what we expect, so we took care of that. The classroom addition, again, we plan to complete the sheetrock in that classroom addition with everything with the exception of that connecting corridor between the existing classroom addition and the gym. Those are taking kind of forever because everything is round and radiused, and that makes it hard. So that takes a little bit of time. But we are doing that, and we'll continue the high ceiling work in the auditorium. The fire marshal also on Wednesday is going to go up there and look at all my fire sprinklers and any kind of alarm system we have to make sure we can cover that up when we get ready and we can start bringing that platform down. Again, at any time, if you guys want to schedule a meeting, y'all want to come out there and walk around, let us know. Go through Dr. Wright or go through Mr. Cohen, and they'll get you set up. I'm pretty much available every day. So I'm always out there, and it's going along really well, and I'm very proud of the progress that we've had. And usually we have an aerial overview. I don't know where that's at, but the outside of the site looks pretty much like it did last month. There's more stripes on the track. There's more grass growing in, but all those things are looking really well. We've also been working with Mr. Cohen about for the new administration building where that's coming in. I've spoken on the phone with that contractor, Integrity Contractors, and we're working together to make sure that they can get in and access the new facility through our roads and our facility. We'll have no problem at all working with those guys. Joshua, I think is the guy's name I was talking to. Nice guys. We can deal with all that. So, does anyone have any questions?
Awesome job.
Right on.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks,
sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay, Dr. Ray. Your report or?
Okay. I'll go ahead. Well, as you know, our band competed for state tonight in San Antonio, and their performance time, those of you who were here got to see that at 7:28, so they're scheduled to have the awards presentation at 10, so we'll see how they did. Football is 15-0 and defeated Canyon in the state semifinals, and they're advancing to the 4A state championship game on Friday, December the 18th at AT&T at 7 o'clock against Lindale. This is the 6th time that Argyle High School has competed in a state championship, and it's the 10th time that the band has competed at state. I know earlier this evening when they were talking about it, they said 6 state championships and 2 silver medals, and that's true, but it's their 10th appearance. Boys basketball is 9-1, and they begin their district play on the 29th of December against Bridgeport. That's a Tuesday. Girls basketball is 7-4. They begin district play on Tuesday, tomorrow night, which is the 15th at Decatur. Soccer began practice in November, and they'll begin games in late December. Our spring sports, softball, baseball, golf, tennis, track, start practices in January, and their seasons are right around the corner. So those are some of the things that are going on with the high school and the UAL activities. I'd just like to say that it's almost unimaginable that we have worked since June and July to keep our students, our athletes, and our band members safe, and that we have gotten to this level in both band and in football, that they're competing for state in both of those activities. It's taken a great deal of work on the part of the coaches, the directors, the students, the parents, so I'd just like to congratulate band and athletics on how hard, and especially football, on how hard they've worked to make this work. We have some numbers for the upcoming third 9 weeks as far as students who still want to stay virtual. Hilltop has about 30, Intermediate has 12, West still has 109, about 70 at middle school, and high school's looking at as many as 200 still staying virtual. We do continue to have issues with some of the virtual students not being as engaged as they need to be, and not keeping up with their work. So that's one of the concerns. But we also have some that have either medically compromised systems themselves, or their family does. And so some of them still need that virtual learning environment. That's all I have.
What percentage are we looking at of the total population? I don't make you do the math, but
I can
And
add
if
it
you
all
had
up
it.
just a second.
I can do that too. Just
Overall, if you take the whole district into account, you're not going to have a very high percentage. It's just that high school is much higher than the others.
20%.
No, you wouldn't be,
At high school.
well, at high school, but you'd be at about 10, a little over 10% district-wide.
High school.
So it's dropped from what it was.
Oh, yes, district-wide, but high school's up, because at high school, you've got 200 students that are saying that, but some of them may come back, anyway. It's about 17% at high school.
In the absence of a medical issue, can you require a certain grade to stay virtual?
You can fill out an attestation, and you can say that you are going to go through a process. You're going to have a meeting with the parent, you're going to have a meeting with the student. You're going to tell the student and the parent that you're not offering virtual instruction for that student anymore, that they're going to fail the class, or that they are failing a class and are likely to continue, or that they're failing the grade and are likely to continue and have to repeat the grade, you can require them to come back. Some of them,
Who would you like to FaceTime with?
some of them faced with that will simply, you know, go to homeschooling or something like that. But you have that ability. You only have to offer face-to-face. You don't have to offer virtual. And you can go through this process.
Seems like we ought to make every effort we can to, you know, identify and help these kids that are not performing.
Some of them just simply work much better in a face-to-face environment. On 10, what now?
10B, go ahead and do the audit.
Okay, the audit. We'll go forward with the audit with 10B.
Yes.
Mr. C, you want to come on up?
Sure. He's the last one. I'll take this first.
Here's Mr. C. You have heard from him in past years. He's with our audit firm that we've had for several years, and he has the report. It's typically Rob or Dan that are here and in charge of our audit, and so Rob was with us tonight. So he's got your audit report. And how many years have y'all been with us?
I don't know, it's been a while.
For the past several years since I've been
Dr.
here.
Wright
so,
might know.
Yeah,
I
she
can't
might know better
remember.
than we do. But anyway, he's got the audit report for you tonight.
All right, thank y'all. And before I forget, I do want to say that for our firm, this year, we did hire our first Argyle ISD graduate, and she just finished graduating from UNT, and so we're hoping to have her on full-time in the fall, or in January, so we're very excited. She's a great student, or a great worker for us. I will go over this. You want me to keep this on or off? I don't care either way. If you can hear me fine, I'll leave it on. Off.
It's your call. You're safe there, right there. He's the doctor.
I do go through this pretty quick. I think a lot of y'all have heard my presentation before, so if you need to stop me and ask any questions, feel free to do so. There's two things we'll go over. One, I think you just got tonight. It's a little 2-page, that's 2 sheets, 3 pages letter. This is our letter from the auditors to the school board, because the auditors do work for the school board, but we're in constant contact with the administration because they've got the records that we need. So we're working with them as we do the audit, but this is required that we communicate with y'all on how the audit went. If there were any issues that came up during the audit, any problems that we had, we would detail those in this letter, and there were no issues. We've got a paragraph in there that says, you know, there were no difficulties in dealing with management. There were no disagreements with management. So the audit went fine, as we expected. I want to thank Liz for having everything that we needed, pulling all the invoices and payroll reports and everything that we needed, and everything went really smooth on their end. And so it's just wanted to thank her for that, because sometimes you go into a place and it's a little harder to do. So next is the audit report. It's the bound copy. I think you'll probably got this hopefully on your board book, had a chance to look at it. On page 3 is our independent auditors report. It's a 2-page report that basically gives our opinion on the financials. This is the one thing that really comes from the auditor. On the bottom of that page 3, or that first page of the report, it does state that we believe that the financial statements contained here are fairly represented according to generally accepted accounting principles. And that's what you get from auditors, kind of a pass-fail type of deal. And so this was definitely a passing report. Y'all did a good job. The next section is called Management's Discussion and Analysis. Starts on page 5, and it's more of a narrative type part of the financials. Gives you a little bit more in depth on what the numbers mean, how they've changed, that kind of thing. So I do encourage you to look over that on the page 5 under financial highlights there. 4th bullet point We mentioned that the unassigned fund balance for the general fund for the year ending was just under 9.3 million, or 28% of the total general fund expenditures, which means you're right at about 3 months cash on hand for that. As it goes on, it shows a little bit of comparative information from the prior year. You can see on page 8, it's got your revenues and your expenses 19 to 20, so you can see kind of what things changed. Your taxes actually did go up, even though we had to reduce the tax rate. Your valuations were up, so your tax collections were up. Your state aid was up quite a bit because of the change in the funding. So you can see that there. The basic financials start on page 13. These are the government-wide financials. These are the ones that include your debt, your fixed assets, and all of that good stuff. They also include, the last couple of years we've had to include, quote, your portion of a liability for unfunded pension and retiree health care benefits from the state. And so those are a lot of the numbers. Some of those numbers in there you don't really have control over. That's, again, an issue with the state and the fact that they're underfunded on those two items. The next page is the statement of activities, again, government-wide, but you did have an increase in your net position this year of about $972,000. Page 16 starts your governmental funds. So there's your balance sheet there. That first column is your general fund. You can see that unassigned fund balance of $9.286 million. And then if you skip over a couple pages to page 20, it's the P&L, or the income, revenues and expenditures for the funds. You can see you had a really good, strong year for the general fund, increased $1.357 million. Which got you again up to about 3 months operating funds on hand, which is nice. Your debt service fund also increased just under $500,000 too, so it's good to see an increase there. The rest are just some minor schedules, budgeted amounts to actual, and then your fiduciary fund statements. The notes to the financial statement start on 27. This talks about your different accounting policies in the first several pages, and then they detail your fixed assets, your debt liabilities, and then there's a lot of information on the unfunded pension and healthcare benefits, retiree healthcare. So the footnote section's really grown over the last several years. And then there's some extra schedules too that are not part of the notes. They're just additional schedules that they put in that are due on page 56. Again, this is part of the net pension liability. And the next couple of pages roll into that unfunded healthcare, retiree healthcare. But on page 70, I point you to that. That's your schedule of delinquent taxes receivable. You can see on column 3, that's your assessed value over the last 10 years. You can see you've had a steady increase in assessed values. And then the last column shows your ending balance, taxes receivable. It's $885,000, which is down from $926,000 in the prior year. The next 2 pages are budget to actuals for the debt service and child nutrition. And then on page 77 is another auditor's report that we have to do because you're a governmental entity. We're required to perform a governmental audit. And so we've got a report here over the internal control of financial reporting and on compliance and other matters. Again, this report it's kind of standard wording, and we did not find any problems with your internal controls or any compliance issues at all this year, as we didn't find any in the past year as well. That's it for that. You've got the one governmental report there in the back. Some schools, if you ever get over $750,000 in federal funds, then you're required to do a single audit. There's another report there, but your federal funds are still below that, so that's not, we didn't have to do that. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thank you all, have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10B, the approval of the 2019-2020 financial audit as presented.
Make the motion to approve action item 10B as presented.
Dr. Bitter, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowry is second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay. Amy, you ready? Come back up now.
I know this is really the moment y'all been waiting for.
You've been successful every time you come up here, so.
We'll see.
Talking about food.
All right, so what really kind of sets us apart, from every other department, I always say is, that we have our revenues and our expenses are all usually covered from those revenues. So I was just going to start by talking about our revenues. I feel like I'm a little bit more muffled than normal, so I'm going to take it off. Okay, so overall, we're doing about $8,000 a day in revenue district-wide. It's down about 20% from last year. Even from the time that I did this presentation, virtual learners increased again at the high school. So when the high school goes down, that is our biggest campus. So that does hurt us, but hopefully looking in the spring, some of those virtual learners coming back, that'll help. But overall, you can see lunch is where we make most of our money, and breakfast is about 15% of our revenue. And then we look at the district, or the different campuses district-wide. Obviously, high school and middle school are going to be our biggest sources of revenue. Overall, most of the campuses do bring in, their revenue is pretty consistent with also their percentage of students in the district. Of course, high school and middle school is a little bit more. West, kind of surprised me a little bit, given that there's such a low free and reduced percentage, bringing in 17% of revenue. And then also, they say that you can tell how good your food is by how many of your paid students eat with you. And West actually has our highest percentage of paid students participating at lunch every day, about 30 to 35% of the paid students eating lunch every day. So that's been really great over there at West. They've been a great addition to the department. And then looking at the sources of revenue as well. So a la carte brings in the most of our revenue at 53%. Meal sales are 40%. And then the reimbursement that we get for selling meals at elementaries and intermediate brings about 6.5%. I think it's important to know that either the a la carte, we're not just talking about junk food. We are talking about a second entree, a second full meal, extra sides to go with their meal. So, you think about an Argyle football player, they are not just buying the $3.85 meal, they're buying 2 of those meals, sometimes an extra entree as well, and more sides to go with that. It is a lot of, the snack items too, but that does represent, just extra food items that they're purchasing as well. And then moving on to expenses. So looking at the left is kind of the goal that we're really striving for. So, where does our revenue go? So 43% of it, that's our goal that we're striving for, is food cost. 43% payroll. About 9% operation and miscellaneous expense. That's like, non-food items, equipment repairs is a big part of that as well. No more than 9% of that. And then hoping that 5% of that is excess revenue. So revenue that's not spoken for, money that goes into our fund balance. And we save that up and we invest it back into our program. So looking at 17-18, I know it's a 5-year plan, but kind of had to look back in the past just because last year was very unexpected. Had to look back the last couple of years to see where we were headed. So 17-18, we had 2% excess revenue. 18-19, we had 4%, even though our food cost was higher than it should have been. We had a lot of trouble staffing that year, if you remember. So we had higher food cost. We had 2 new managers. And so we did have a higher food cost that year, but still had 4% excess revenue. 19-20, with all that I know, with all the information that I have, it looked like we were going to have about 6% excess revenue that we would have put into our fund balance, but that is not what happened. So revenue stopped coming in March.
but payroll continued. So without that revenue, we still had payroll. Food costs stopped, and miscellaneous expenses like equipment repairs, those still happened because they still needed to happen. So during the closure, maintenance was still working and things were still getting repaired. But if you want to look at it in numbers instead of percentages, 17-18 we put about $30,000 in our fund balance. 18-19, $55,000, and with adding West and West doing so well, and really just picking up more momentum. With revenues and lowering food costs, it was looking like it was going to be about $100,000 going into the fund balance last year, but instead we wiped out most of our fund balance. So, given that, like I said, revenues stopped, expenses continued, like payroll, we ended up at negative almost $132,000. So luckily we didn't affect the general fund with this, but we did wipe out our hard-earned fund balance. So we have about $4,000 left in there right now. Just to why not talk about it some more. The 2020 closure of the spring, this is how it affected us. So, about $460,000 is what we would have brought in from March to April, because we were making a minimum of $10,000 a day then. So, some days as much as $12,000. Once you deduct what we think we would have spent on food to make that money, it was about $244 net revenue. So that's what we missed out on. The payroll costs we still incurred were about $200,000. Those seamless summer option meals, so the meals that we served during the closure, we served them under the program that's called Seamless Summer Option. We brought in about $27,000 from that, so it helped lessen the blow a little bit. It helped us use the inventory that was left on the campuses after the closure. Remember, when we left for spring break, we thought we were coming back. We always prep a little bit ahead. So when our delivery was to come in on Monday, we already had the food for Monday and Tuesday. And we also just, at any given time, have a week to a week and a half of inventory on hand. So we were able to use up some of that food. If you helped us deliver those meals, it was a lot of food. Even though it was, breakfast and lunch for a student for the whole week that we delivered, it was a lot of food that had to go into those meals. So just producing those, you almost break even on the reimbursement you get for it. You have to put that much food into it because there's so many guidelines of what has to go into that meal. But it was a great use of the inventory. It helped lessen the blow for the year, and it was just the right thing to do as well to feed the students. So that helped us a little bit. Some of the challenges this year, going into the school year when I was planning the menu, really just thinking about the enrollment changes and not knowing were we going to be hybrid, would we be in person, what would it look like, and staff quarantine. So thinking if half of the staff was out, could they make this menu work? If all of the staff was out and I was working in the kitchen, could I make that menu work by myself, which happened. But just having to really simplify things, and we had to unfortunately take away the scratch cooked items that we really prided ourselves in. Had to simplify it, more of those freezer to oven items that can be prepped, put in the oven throughout the lunch period, and then when they're not cooked off, because we batch cook throughout the lunch period, when they're not cooked off, then they can go back into inventory instead of those scratch cooked items that just go to waste. So unfortunately, it's simpler menus, less scratch cooking. Serving line changes to decrease the spread of illness. So in this picture, you can see the plexiglass that we have. That's at West. The salad bars that I used to brag about and show pictures of, those are gone for now. The self-serve, pizza, things like that are gone. So we've gotten creative with packaging, more grab-and-go items, and also disinfecting in between each serving period and just keeping the lines really clean as well. Also ensuring that staff feel safe at work. So a lot of our staff really expressed to me that they wanted to know what if someone's out, what if someone gets sick in the kitchen. They had a lot of hypotheticals they wanted to know, and I just had to be honest because I didn't know when we first came back. I didn't have a lot of answers to their questions. But we, throughout this semester, made it really clear to staff, if you don't feel safe, at any time you have to express that with your manager. You have to talk to us. I can't help you unless you communicate. And then just being transparent as well, making sure that staff know we need to be honest at all times. If there's been an exposure in your family or anything like that, you just need to be honest and transparent with your team. So we've been really lucky so far. Staff are staying healthy, and that's good. And if anyone has become ill, there's been no transmission in our kitchens with staff, so that's been great. I mean, you talk about hand washing for 20 seconds, that's Lunch Lady 101. They know that. They wash their hands 10 to 20 times an hour, depending on how many tasks they change, so or how many different tasks they're doing. So we know that our kitchens are clean. We get great reviews. So it's just kind of continuing what they're doing. Also, we completed the transition to the new software. I feel like every time I'm up here, I'm talking about this software. But menu planning, production, like this Primero Edge software, it's everything we do. It's our point of sale. It's our free and reduced applications. When I talk about the inventory, I put in an inventory item. It's a stock item. It's also an ingredient. It's linked to allergens. It's linked to nutrition information. That ingredient goes into a recipe. That recipe is designed to make a certain quantity. That recipe goes into a menu. And then the managers plan their numbers of how many menu items they need to make of that. And all of that's linked to a grocery list. All of that's linked to an order that goes into our vendors. It's linked to their inventory as well. At the end of the day, they go back into the system. They say how much they made. It withdraws items from their inventory. So it's like a perpetual inventory. They do physical inventory as well. It's really increased awareness of food costs in the kitchen, and that's been great. So it's got more functionality that we're introducing as we go along, but it's been great for us so far. Pay scale was updated, thank you for that. We added new levels for the managers. The level 2 SN employee was introduced as well, and we filled 4 of those positions so far with internal candidates. The administrative assistant position was filled. She's taken on application processing, anything to do with accounts payable, parent communication. These wonderful board dinners are her now as well. So just taken a lot of the administrative work off my plate, and that's been great. Going into the school year, just because there were so many unknowns and so many things we knew we couldn't control going into the school year, I really wanted to focus on leadership and team building with my managers. So we worked on these core values, what was important to us. And also, if you were to hire someone, what kind of things do you want them to value? What do you want them to know about your kitchen and your team? So we came up with these core values. We printed them, we put them in the kitchens, but it doesn't just stop at that because we know that doesn't work. So, the managers know that every day the decisions they make, how they lead their teams, to remember, look back at these things. These are what's important to us, and if our staff see that, they'll value that as well. I have this list. I remember every day as I'm making big decisions, these are what's important to my team, and this is what I need to focus on. And then really morale overall, I have to say, ever since I got here, this is the highest morale we've ever had in our team, which has been really great. I think part of it is really focusing on that leadership, also focusing on the skills of our employees. We have some really talented people on our team. We have chefs, we have pastry chefs. We have someone that's worked at a donut shop for years that's brought us all these new skills that she has. So really just looking at what is the strengths of our team members and kind of honing in on that, so they can have some ownership, and feel like they're really appreciated at work. As we grow too, I know that I can't do everything, so increasing the knowledge of the staff and the managers has helped take more off my plate, so they can help with some of the decision making. So that was fun. Now the sales trends again. So meal equivalents, looking at that, I always show the meal equivalents. So we look at revenue as well, but when we look at meal equivalents, we're looking at, the sales trends. Because remember, when a meal gets sold that's free at the middle school and high school, it's not bringing in revenue, but we still want to look at those numbers, make sure we're looking at apples to apples. So year to date at high school, we're down about 28% meal equivalents. When you look at just the week of 11/30, that's that first column, they were down 40%. So that gap has been increasing these last few weeks. We started off a little slow everywhere, really started to pick up after that first 9 weeks. It started to improve. Overall, every other campus is kind of steady right now. It's just high school that's changed a little bit in the last few weeks. Middle school's down about 14% from last year. Intermediate down 23%. Hilltop has been about 30. It's been pretty steady. It's down about 32% in meal equivalents. AWE, you gotta love them. They're only down 2% versus last year. So part of that, you have to remember the first 2.5 weeks or so. Last year, we didn't have a kitchen when we first opened West, so that affected our revenue over there. But even given that, they're really doing well over there this year. They're helping out the whole department by keeping their sales up. So district-wide, about 21% that we're down meal equivalents. And then, of course, when I look at those meal equivalents, that's what helps me decide how much staff I put in a kitchen. So for Hilltop, we have a manager and 3 staff. I won't add another staff member there until possibly 23-24 school year, but really that will be filled based on revenue and what the enrollment will be. We just filled the 3rd staff member there, so we just now got the 4 full staff members there. At AWE, I have a manager and 4 staff positions there, but I do have 1 vacancy, but really no rush on filling that. She's really kind of getting to the point right now where we could fill it. They're still pretty doing pretty well on their labor right now without it. We'll see how the spring is, but once that position's filled, it'll be a while before we need to fill it again, or fill another one. And then the new elementary manager and 3 staff is where I'll start. I'll fill that 4th one based on the revenue as it gets closer and we know what we're looking at. So we'll probably open the campus with a manager and 3, and then add a 4th staff member on. Intermediate, no changes planned there anytime soon. Middle school, when I talk about middle school, I'm talking about Canyon Falls. So manager, assistant manager, and 7 staff role we have there. What you have in the board book might say assistant manager is vacant with 2 staff members because we filled that position since I sent in the presentation. So assistant manager was filled from an internal candidate. So now we have 3 vacancies from those staff members at middle school. Middle school has really been the one that struggled this year filling vacancies. We do have 1 person pending fingerprints. She should be starting January 4th. And then we'll have 2 more after that, 2 vacancies left after that. 1 pretty urgent that we need to fill, and 1 that we'll wait and see what the spring looks like. And then next year at the Canyon Falls location, it will be the high school, but we'll add 3 more staff members there. That's the plan for that. High school, the 377 location, so manager, assistant manager, and 8 staff with 1 vacancy. That vacancy is not urgent to fill. It's the best that staff's ever been. They're so well staffed there that they are sending out help to other campuses right now because the numbers are a little bit lower. So they're sending out help to other campuses. But if we could get the other campuses fully staffed, that would be great because we could open up the coffee bar and snack bar like that. Like they'd really want to open up over there. And then next year, talking about the 377 location, we would have 1 more staff member added. Hilltop future kitchen plans, starting with Hilltop. So last spring, if not this year, we were planning to replace the serving line, but we were going to use our beautiful fund balance for that, which we do not have, so we pushed that back. We do have repairs on that serving line, but they're not outweighing the value of the serving line still. It's just older. It really needs to be replaced, but if we don't have the fund balance, it won't be replaced. So we're going to push that back. Argyle West, no plans there. New elementary, of course, opening that 22-23. No plans at intermediate. I think I had all my plans last year that intermediate and Hilltop both needed combi ovens to be replaced. But we've had a lot of luck with Daniel at maintenance. He has taken over the equipment. He's done miracles on some of our equipment, and he's really extended the life of those. So that's been great. I think that he's bought us several more years on some of those ovens. Middle school, they installed a second full serving line over Thanksgiving break, but it's not functioning yet. So it's physically there in place, but it's not hooked up. So we're hoping that over Christmas break, it might become functioning. And based on our staffing, we'd like to open a second full serving line there. That's like serving the traditional menu to help cut down on wait times and the length of the line at the middle school. And then, of course, the campus switch, the 21-22 school year, we'll have a little bit more equipment in the kitchen, a little bit more prep space, and we'll have that coffee bar. And the difference between that coffee bar and the one that's at the current high school is, this space was designed to be a coffee bar. If you see it, it's got, a prep area in the back. It's got a 3-compartment sink and proper food storage areas, better food storage. So my hope with that, when we talk about adding those 3 staff members, is that at least 1 or 2 of those will be kind of committed to that area. You can't bring in revenue all day long in that area, but they can use that area to prep foods that'll be, they'll go to the main kitchen area. So the bistro boxes, the parfaits, things like that will be sold in their area and can also be sold on the main serving line. So they'll help in that way. And then looking at 23-24 school year, just as the enrollments of these 2 campuses increases, and I'm talking about Canyon Falls, which will be a high school at this point. As enrollment continues to increase, I worry, will we be able to handle the amount of students that we'll be serving based on the serving lines and the space that we have? So I don't know if it's, vending or grab-and-go kiosks or what we'll need to do at that time. I just want to make sure that, continuing to watch that. And then, looking at other districts as well, looking and see what's their enrollment, what's their participation, and how many serving lines do they have, how many serving periods do they have. What do we need to do to make sure that we can serve all of our students in that timely manner as well. And then for high school, like I said, we really want to reopen the coffee bar and snack bar. We have the staff finally to do it. We just need to know we consistently have them, that we can get the other kitchens staffed and we can open up that area. And then the campus switch as well. So goals for next school year, financial, continuing to improve our food costs, always financial, wanting to make sure we're building that fund balance back up, making all the right decisions. You know, every little small decision that we make, we know affects that overall, that fund balance at the end of the year. Culinary, want to bring back the scratch cooking next year based on, you know, how things are going, increasing variety in menu items, basically going back to where we were the year before and then building on that. And then staffing, want to continue to work on attracting and retaining quality team members. We know that bringing in the wrong team members really hurts our morale. It hurts us financially when we lose team members that leave because it wasn't a good fit. We lose money when we, you know, lose good team members. So just wanting to continue to work on that culture, those core values, and keeping really good team members here. And that is all.
Okay, Greg's gonna pull up the band while you ask questions.
I think you're doing a tremendous
I
job.
don't think
Thank
so.
you.
Just all the work. Do you
Yeah,
want
running your own,
to
Thank you.
4-location restaurant.
Can we
Five.
put it on the,
Yeah.
I guess we're gonna have to pause the board meeting, adjourn the board meeting, and then
Thank you.
restart the board meeting. 'Cause-
Take a recess.
Yeah,
Any other
take a
questions?
recess.
All right, can we do her action item and then we'll grab it, just to approve her action, approve her 5-year plan?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Entertain motion to approve the action item 9B1 student nutrition plan.
It's actually a
I don't
report
need that, no,
only.
sorry.
It's a report only? Okay, sorry, then we don't need, it's no action then.
Yeah, no action this
Oh,
this
no.
time.
Okay,
We
I thought we had
approved it
to, I thought we had to approve the plan. Okay, all right, the time's 9:52, we're gonna take a brief recess.
There you go. 15 more minutes.
She said. If you'd like to come up here quickly.
Greg, are you gonna be able to get back to it quickly?
Yep.
10A, the vehicle request.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh, we've got too many things going on here.
So just a little bit of background while he's getting that going up. Right now we have 11 vehicles for 16 maintenance staff members. So we're having to share pretty regularly to get from one place to another. Right now, most of the people that are sharing are the mowing crews, so that we can kind of take a couple of mowers at a time to one place. So that's really the purpose of the need for this. I've gone through a lot of different places. We've got government pricing, which is not offered to very many people. For you and I to go buy an F-250 pickup, it'd probably be around $50,000. The bare minimum that you could buy with that, and we're getting that for a cost of just barely over 25. So out of 4 estimates, a brand new vehicle,
$26,563 is unheard of for us to go and do that. So, you know, we've contemplated a lot of different things, and we just feel like that this is the best scenario for us. I mean, to get something that cheap and the impact that it's going to have on us is just the best way to do that. So, again, the background, we have budgeted $25,000 for this school year to purchase this item. However, it has exceeded that price a little bit by $1,600 or so. And I did also put the estimates of all 4 estimates at the bottom there. And with government pricing for us, they do all line up pretty close, but the $26,563 was the lowest cost.
At the 2020, what model is that?
It's a 2021.
2021.
Yes, it's got to be ordered. That's the only way we can get it that cheap. So we won't get it until about March. But,
So this is budgeted already, just go up a little bit.
yes,
It's,
yes.
Okay.
Which action item is
10A.
it? Mr. President, I move that we approve action item 10A as presented so eloquently.
Okay, Dr. Winter, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, the time is 9:57. We're adjourned. Recess again.
and at Argyle High School. Those are mostly the reconfiguring of the foyers. The 2017 bond allocated money for renovations at Hilltop and Argyle High School. Some renovation work has already been completed on these campuses and additional renovation work has been identified. The completed work is under the original bond estimate at both, and we're proposing to utilize some of the remaining funds originally allocated for these additional renovations. The high school renovation has $516,148 remaining of the original $6.4 million approved bond budget. Hilltop has $576,023 remaining of the original $1 million approved bond budget. The design services fee proposed for Hilltop and high school is $55,000. This is a flat fee. I recommend that we approve the additional service fee of $55,000 for Corrigan to provide design services for the additional renovation work at Hilltop and at Argyle High School.
Is this for the security?
It's for the, yes, for the 4 years, yes.
Yeah, that's one aspect. Jeff provided us just with a list of different projects for both campuses. He asked us to create a budget based just on our hours to complete the drawings and also supervise the construction through CA like we do a typical project. And so based on the hours that we provided Jeff, that was the fee that came to. He provided a budget after he provided us the list of things. So our fee wasn't based on the budget, on the overall estimate. It was based solely on the project hours. But I do believe he told me after we spoke and after I provided him our fee that it's coming somewhere just below 5% of his estimate. But again, that's Jeff's estimate he provided us.
Right, that's correct.
And what does this include?
For the high school, what's included is the vestibules, also that's two vestibules at the existing high school, one at the gym entry, one at the main entry. So those secured, new digital marquee, updated interior paint, replacing auxiliary gym flooring, updated finishes in the cafeteria. That's the area that's up by the coffee bar, that area. There's some finishes there. And then also some improvements to the indoor and field house locker rooms. Hilltop, in addition to the vestibule, secure vestibule, it included rekeying of the doors, replacing of the gym flooring, replacing of the playground servicing, and then also some sidewalk repairs to the site as well.
Thank you.
So did Jeff ask do we have bids from the other two approved architects as well? No?
No,
Okay.
you can't base that on cost alone like that.
What do you mean? So we have, that's why we approved, maybe I'm wrong, I thought we approved 3 architects already, so that we could get bids, multiple bids from them on projects.
My understanding is architectural services, you're not allowed to do competitive
No,
bid.
it's a
It's a
professional
service,
service.
so you can
So we
only,
just pick one,
you can
and
only,
we said we want to go to that one.
yeah, you base off our qualifications for architecture services.
It can't.
So you have more qualifications than Huckabee or the
It's-
other one?
It's just if we have equal qualifications, and it's just based on whatever criteria the district has. But a competitive bid is not allowed.
I think it's
for
kind of like hiring a
architectural
law
services.
firm, you just, it's sort of subjective, and that's my
It's the
understanding.
same exact thing as hiring a law firm.
What were you gonna say, Liz?
I was thinking one of either Dr. Ryder or Keith was saying, and I was going to chime in on the fact that it can't be based off of, for qualifications for an architect can't be based off price. It's off their qualifications.
That's a bizarre notion,
I agree with you. So we chose the 3 architects to use for what what was the purpose of
We're
that?
using Huckabee for the ad building.
And so it's
How did we pick Huckabee for that one?
right.
I'm just trying to understand how, if we have 3 approved architects, how do we decide, hey, Huckabee's better for that one, or Corrigan, or VLK, or who's better? How do we determine, what's the determining factor of, hey, call them to bid this or call them to bid this? I'm just curious how that works.
As opposed to just having like a
Well,
pool of 12.
in this
to choose
case,
from.
at Hilltop and at high school, Horgan's already done a lot of renovation work, is already very familiar with the project. But we wanted to have the three different firms, and none of them had worked on a ad building, so we had some work. Most of the time ad buildings are renovations, not ground up, but that's how we decided to try someone different. Plus, we had the work going on with phase 2 with Corrigan, and then we've selected Corrigan for, Corrigan was working on South Elementary, so to have different firms working was advantageous.
Yeah,
This is
I'm-
nothing
I'm
against
gonna
Corrigan,
go
but I think what Greg is getting is, how do we know that Corrigan's prices are anywhere near market, for example? How do we know?
Well, we're looking at the percentage of the cost, the flat fee, that's a percentage of the cost of the project, which, based on Jeff's estimate of the project, we're looking at it being, really, I believe it was below 5%.
So it's a percentage deal. That's the answer.
Percentage of the cost of the work.
But
Well,
you
you
didn't
said
know
that
the
wasn't
cost
the
of the
case.
work.
No, but that's just when it came back.
Yeah,
Jeff
so
told
you
me
do the
that's
math
what it is.
after and you figure out the percentage. But to your point, he offered, it was a flat fee based on the services that they needed. So to your question, we don't know. We'll never know if Huckabee is more expensive or less, or VLK is more or less. And it sounds like we don't have the right, I thought the reason we approved 3 architects was so that we could, we have 3 approved architects. But you're saying even though they're approved, we still can't put them out,
Compete.
hey, the 3 of you bid this.
Not in that manner, no, but we can look at what we,
Yeah, I just think the idea, and I don't know this, but I'm speculating, is when you go to select a veterinarian or a doctor or a lawyer or an architect, you don't want to focus on just who's the cheapest price. You want to look at qualifications and who you think is best for that, and so
Right,
that's the way I
but
look
we've
at
also
this.
been looking at like having multiple things going on, like having phase 2 going on at the same time as the ad building, and having that going on at the same time as South Elementary, and trying to divvy it out among different firms.
So the reason we chose 3 is we narrowed it down to the 3 that we felt were the best historically by qualification, have worked with us before. And so when we go to look for services, they're our go-to people.
We actually they had not worked with us before, not Huckabee and not VLK, no.
I think what it is, Craig, is that we have to assume that they're all going to come in with the same, there's an understanding that architectural fees are going to be a percentage of the job, regardless of who does it.
You need to understand what the market is, absolutely. But it
How do
sounds
we
to me
do
like
that?
what the deal is, those professional services are not viewed as, for lack of a better word, commodities. You really need to look at the qualifications and that's what that's encouraged, it's there to encourage to be done, I suppose, is just, don't just focus on who's the lowest bidder.
But of course, you could do that with all that information. You could consider all those things plus the price that they turn in. And that's not mutually exclusive.
But I think it's important to know, though, I think your point, what do we generally expect the market to be for something like this? And so,
I don't think we have a way to know what the market is in the way that our hands are tied.
Well,
As,
we do
I was
know
gonna
about
say,
what
the
percentage.
percentage.
We know about what
average
the going
percentage.
rate is for the percentage of fees on new construction and on renovation. We do know that.
And historically, renovations typically are higher than even new construction fees. One thing that worked out in the advantage for this is that there's less structural, civil, and there is some structural, civil, mechanical, but the scope of the work that is being asked for in these doesn't require very heavy on the other consultant's fee, which is within our fee as well. So I think that's one reason that our hours were lower than a traditional renovation.
so you were talking about the multiple jobs happening at once. So does that mean that since you guys are doing phase 2 of the high school, you're doing these renovations, Huckabee's doing admin, that VLK is doing the South Elementary?
No, you approved program for South Elementary.
So that's already done.
Because we were using a lot of what they had done at West, at South.
Some minor change.
And one advantage of this is
Except
timing is
that when you
that,
go in the building, instead of everything being to the right, it's flipped. It's kind of a right, left, left. But like, Corrigan's extremely familiar with the high school and with Hilltop's code. Especially on those vestibules. They've done a lot of planning over the last really couple of years.
Any other questions for Keith? I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10C as presented.
I'll move that we approve action item 10C is presented.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. That was second.
I'll second.
Mr. Lowry, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Action item 10B.
Okay, this is to ask for the approval to post 2 positions for the 21-22 year for the 5th grade. We need 15 teachers there in the fall of 21, and we've got 8 from intermediate, 2 from the 4th grade and intermediate, as Hilltop only needs 6 at the 8, and then 3 from West. This could possibly be only 2, and in that case, we'll need 3 hires, but and 2 new hires. So I'm asking to go ahead and post these 2 new hires. Approximately $65,000. That's just what we use for the average, since we don't know how much experience the people will have, for an impact of $130,000 on the 21-22 budget. I want to get these posted so people can see this posting over the holiday, and then go ahead and fill out their application. It just gives us a better chance to get a better pool of candidates.
And this is because our 4th grade is growing. It's bigger than our current 5th grade.
Yes, because we're increasing in enrollment, but also because we're putting all the 5th grade here.
I think you need less teachers. She did say that.
It's 10D.
I'm going to accept action item 10D.
Dr. Bitter, motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second. Is that Mr. Hawksworth?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hawksworth, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. And then, all right, Liz for 10F.
Okay, we're starting to bring to you this month FF&E for Phase 2. This request is the first of probably several over the next few months. The largest request will come in January when we have the majority of our furniture ready. We're doing all of these through quotes through cooperatives, bringing in as many quotes as we can and comparing and choosing, you know, what meets the needs, what matches what's currently there. The weight room is what this purchase is for. You know, all of the vendors are telling us it's going to take longer to fill the items and source the items of furniture and everything that we're looking at, just because of the environment we're in with COVID and getting, you know, supplies and materials. So we're trying to start a little bit earlier. The weight equipment, the vendors were stressing a little bit more of the need to order early, that they were seeing some longer delays, and we're trying to get it there in time for the start of summer, if some of those areas are open. So this is for anything that's in the weight room. We will have one other area in that Fieldhouse weight room later, and it's the flooring. We chose to do the flooring that we purchased on our own and not through the construction contract. So that'll be in January as well with the remaining of the furniture. But the furniture also will come back again, and you'll see things. We had started in like March and April on some other campuses, and we're just trying to get our orders in quicker, source these products, get them here. You know, if we have to store them for a while, we will, but we'll at least know that we have them here in time for school. So this one's, we're asking for a maximum not to exceed $380,000 for this purchase. The best part that we're looking at is in the $376,000 range. So give us a little bit of leeway in case there's some extra freight or something on there that we need to throw in. So I don't have to come back to you for $100 in a little bit, or $1,000.
And this was the original estimate included in all the bond funds?
That's correct. We've got a large portion in the bond funds of FF&E, well, not compared to the whole bond funds, but for the FF&E for this project, and this is within the range of what we had estimated for this portion. And we've got several areas that we'll have to, the specialty areas are always a little more expensive. The furniture was a lot easier this time because we're trying to match what we already have in there. So when you have a whole classroom that's already planned out, it's pretty easy to go back in and go, here, let's just, this is the classroom in there. We've got some offices, we're just matching what's in there. So that part's a lot easier. I'm not saying it's gonna be less expensive, but easier as far as on our end getting stuff together. We'll have some higher end items when we get to fine arts as well, in some of the auditoriums and those classrooms over there to fill. And we're gonna try and have some of those in February, March ready as well.
Any other questions for Liz?
I'm glad you're doing it early.
Thank you. We are too. Hopefully it will be a little less stressful.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10F as presented.
I'll move we approve 10F as presented.
Mr. Williams, motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We have 10G.
Okay, this is a request for you to approve a waiver for the district to use 4 dates in the spring to convert from face-to-face to asynchronous instruction on those 4 dates. Back in November, I talked to TEA about this idea and taking these 4 dates in the spring and doing this with them so that teachers could catch up students that were behind, so that teachers could have planning time and the other students could be on asynchronous instruction. And at that time, I was told that it would be submitted to the commissioner and that it sounded like an innovative idea, but that they didn't have a waiver for it at that time. So last Thursday, they, when the commissioner went over his Zoom meeting with us, this came up for the first time that we would be able to do it. And you can get 2,100 minutes of asynchronous instruction time for purposes of student engagement, teacher preparation, teacher staff development, and anything to do with catching students up or behind, like letting them retest or makeup work or individual tutoring for them, that kind of thing. So I'm asking you to approve this waiver that I've prepared for these dates, January 29, February 22, March 5, and April 16. Doesn't cost any money. It allows us to convert up to 2,100 minutes to asynchronous instruction. Now, those 4 days don't add up to quite that much time. They add up because we have 450 minutes in these days. But I wanted to go ahead and get the full 2,100 minutes approved. So that's what I'm asking.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10G as presented.
Make a motion we approve action item 10G as presented.
Mr. Hofsworth, motion to approve. Dr. Bitter, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Before you adjourn, I want to say something. So the band got an 8 on their score. There are 5 judges, and they got a 1, a 1, a 1, a 1, and a 4. So 4 judges gave them first place, and the 5th judge gave them 4th place.
Wow.
So they were way ahead of anyone else.
I wonder what the 5th judge gave.
Is it the German judge?
You add up,
Can't
like
help
each
yourself
judge gives
Eastern,
them a
sorry.
ranking and you
Do
add
they
them
throw out
up.
high and low, or they just
Yeah,
count
I
all
was
of
getting
them?
ready to say, throw that one out.
No, you count, you just add them up.
You add them up and that's what.
Low
it's
score
gonna be.
score
winners.
So, I just wanted to say that.
It's just kind of weird to have such a strong,
And remember, we're filming after this.
Alright, anyone else have anything they want to say? Mr. Hawksworth?
No, nope.
Time's 10:53, we are officially adjourning this meeting.